All right, there we go. So we got that. Let's click that. And here we go. All right. So the part we left off on, right? Our plan for today is to actually make the state that's determining to show this. We need to put that on global state. And we kind of already did that a little bit. Or not did that, but started moving toward that when we started looking at this part. You're trying to finish your Udemy course by Monday, so you're grinding? Nice. Alright, so here's what I think I want to do, right? We need to look at how these providers are configured. And our base validator here. What's up, Pyra? How you doing? And what's up, Space Case? Yeah, happy Friday. And it's still going to be the Git base validator. Is there a way to force this to be true? And hold on, let me double check this. I think I might need to refresh that. Alright, looks like we're okay there. I probably want to kill Discord. There we go. What tab was chewing up all that? Yikes. Alright, the rest looks okay. Why was this chewing up so much? I wonder if it's the complexity of the SVGs. Yeah, that part's weird. Alright, so z.boolean, and we are working much faster now. Z.literal true. Got it. That makes me wonder. I bet I could have done like z.literal for another thing. I want to verify that. All right, so let's update to the latest editor. We fork that. Let me check this real quick. Give it a sec. Seems like spam. Okay, so yeah, we've got a failed assertion there, which is intended. What I think I want to do let's just say we have a list of things. Const options is equal to an array. We're gonna have foo. We're gonna have bar and baz. Valid option is equal to we'll just do a let. So if we do z dot so z dot literal, we'll do it as like options 0, right? We start out that, then we do for, and this is probably not like the ideal way to do this, but we can make it happen. I is equal to 1, I less than options dot length. It's just an experiment because I've had a need to do this before, and I want to just see if it's even. So then from here, valid option is equal to valid option dot or that's the wrong way to do that. Let me try this then. So const mapped options is equal to options.map. So we can't do that. Yeah, I don't know if we can do this. Right, I just want to enforce that the selection is one of these options. And I don't think Zod can do that, and I consider that actually a flaw. Yeah, no worries there, Space Case. We'll see you soon. Does anyone know a way of enforcing this? Hold on. I bet we can just do it with like a z.custom. No, that's fine. I think value here is what we're looking for. Yeah, happy Friday. All right, so what we want to do is just say something like option is valid option. This song is definitely way too sleepy-timey. So then from here, oh, you're right. It is a bit small. So the big problem is that this doesn't even compile, because value string boolean is not assignable to type data unknown any. Hold on, so let's go look at the Zod docs. Okay. So we could do custom. Okay. See, I've got that flaw somewhere. Forget what project we were even working on where that was necessary. But okay, yeah, so z.custom is the way to do that. All right. Yeah, I almost imagine there would be a use case for, like, Zod utilities. Oh, I mean, we're basically done with it. Yeah, don't worry about it, Space Case. We'll see you soon. Yeah, there's still not a utility for what we're trying to do. So I think like a one-of utility, right? Or a... Right, like a couple different like utility functions would be really useful. Yeah, nice, Rez. Yeah, I think I want to fork this. I like the idea. I think it's really cool. I just want to see what this would look like to contribute this back. But we're going to fork it anyway. set URL, not edit. If I can type. Alright, so what we're going to do here is get checkout -b. Does he have a naming convention in the original 4 branches? I see that he does not follow conventional commits, which is fun. Alright, so yeah, what would this look like? We're going to go into source, we're going to create a file, and that's going to be one of .ts. Probably need to do a pn, or hold on, we're using bun, right? What's the right way to upgrade? Nope. All right, so we got all that. We created one of. It's just. Oh, not what I wanted there. Copy all that. We'll restart Visual Studio Code later. Interesting the way they bring in ZU there, which is fine. Let's get more music going. Let's double check how they're doing some stuff here, just to be sure. Yeah, what's up, Colton? The utility I'm going to make is called 1UP. And maybe it's not even the right way to do it. But yeah, coerce is probably the wrong one anyway. The same thing that you saw me do over in Code Sandbox just now. I want to validate that something is a member of an array. No idea, Colton. Interesting, Colton. When you're defining your keys, do you actually want optional or do you want nullable? I think that's an important thing. If Prisma is doing like a SQL thing, you probably want nullable instead of optional. Right? Because there's no such thing as an optional field in SQL. It is a nullable field in SQL. So is that really just a mismapping of what the SQL will expect? Yeah, give that a shot. Oh, that is funny. Ha, nice. Right, and this is just an experiment here. So I want to see if creating this utility makes sense. And we're going to write the test for it, that way it makes even more sense. And they have a lot of tests in here that I don't think are nearly as valid. So I've tried to do the enum thing. I think last time I tried with the enums, it didn't do exactly what I wanted. We can fiddle with it and test it and see. But let me just write this test first. And no, I did miss that. I can do that with enum, even. Oops. So this requires that we do as const, which is not always ideal. Sometimes you want it to be dynamic. Right? Right? But it's with a fixed set of allowable string values. So that is not the same thing. And then in the past, right, one of right now is a very simple thing. I also want to be able to do it for props on an object. And again, that's going to be dynamically done. Yes, I see the Discord message there, Sab, but I don't think you're seeing what I'm seeing. Read their docs. Right? That requires that it is a fixed array. I don't want to do it with a fixed array. I also eventually want to do it with nested props of an array of objects. Also dynamically done. Oh, and this would be, yeah, string schema. Okay, so if we do something like this, right? String schema. So I want to try this. No, that's fine, Sap, right? Like, what I was doing in Code Sandbox wasn't exactly what I needed. I was just fiddling with it to see how it worked. Alright? No worries. So, we can at least test this. Oop. We do see the one-up test passing. So, it does mean that we can modify this as we see fit. No, I don't use mutation, so I'm not sure. So, yeah, I'm not sure this is entirely relevant. And actually, let me look at it this way. Hold on. I know I posted a tweet tagging Colin about it a while back. Okay, hold on. Just double check. Alright, cool. I don't remember how long ago this was. Oh, that steak was good. So yeah, this was the part that I was trying to do. And I didn't really post a snippet of what I needed. I know, right? So yeah, here's the basic gist. I want to validate And this one of we have is not necessarily what I'm looking for yet. But there's going to be like a one of variation that then would be what. And this would be, let's say I make a request to some API. It's dynamic, and that's what it was. Yes. So the example is OpenAI models, right? When we fetch from the models, I wanted my backend to be able to validate if the model string being sent from the front end is actually a valid model string. So if we go to API reference, this might make it a little more obvious. Models, right? We fetch this, we get a list of model objects, and I want to validate that the ID passed from the front end to my back end is within this list. The back end is the one that has this list. The front end theoretically has it too, but we still need to protect against the front end sending the wrong value. So how would I actually detect if the front end sent a value that wasn't in this array? And at that point, the idea would be, in fact, let me just copy this. Those are the models. And this is models response. Right, and then here's what I think I want. So yeah, we'll do model not here. And we want that to be falsy. The way to make this more accurate is json.parse. Right? So now it's fully dynamic. Zod at no way can actually infer this type from these values properly now, because it's just a JSON blob, right? It's now just any. Now what we could do is at least define a type. And then bam, right? So now we at least know that this is that type, and then we can validate and verify. So now we see a failure. Oh, and what part did I mess up? I forgot to wrap something in a string. Object, data. Uh-oh. That should work. Yeah, so that clarifies the use case a bit, right? Does that make sense, Seb? Oh. Right? We don't know this ahead of time. We are fetching this from an API. We're getting a list of values back, and we want to validate against that list of values. So it's not something that Zod can infer at compile time using their enum or asconst. Right? Especially because they point out it must be a fixed set of allowable string values. You could use asconst, but we can't do that here. This would not work. So that's the whole point there. And yeah, we don't want to use native enums either. We can't define it as a union. We just have to actually just map it to an array of possible values. So it's about dynamic values. So maybe it's like dynamic one of, or dynamic enum. Okay. And then, hold on, do I have that open? So, here's the actual code where that would have been useful. Right, so here in models... No, not models, sorry. Prompt. We want to validate using our prompt request schema. And the problem here is we can get our list of providers and AI providers and make that a thing, but the voice ID here would be dynamic based upon which provider you chose, right? The generative model would be dynamic based upon which provider you chose. So a lot of this stuff has to be evaluated fully dynamically. Alright, so I'm not sure it's worth making a PR for this yet. I still want to, like, maybe noodle on it and think about it a bit more. But yeah, I think the idea of, like, dynamic enum makes a lot of sense to me. And I just find it strange that Zod doesn't support that in any way out of the box. Because I do think that's something that you get with stuff like Yup. I'm not positive of that. Yeah, see? So this has the concept of one-up. Right? So yeah, it's so strange to me that these other validators totally have this as an option, but it's like a gap in Zod. Just because it's more focused on like compile time checking of that. Yeah, I find that really strange, actually. Yeah, that's why I'm like, one of is a common utility, in my opinion. So that's why I wanted to opt for one of. Right, like I've dealt with plenty of validators that have this as like a utility. The fact that it's not on Zod kind of surprises me. Like, how has that never been asked for? And maybe that's the thing. Like, maybe I mean, it says this is not allowed. So my guess is that Zod throws some kind of like type checking error for that. Right, yeah, it does. So yeah, we just can't use their utility. It just doesn't work. And I really do wonder if people just end up rewriting their own like custom for it, because it's not like a terribly complicated utility. But having to write that from scratch every time, super annoying. But that's most likely my guess as to why it's not even part of the main library, because it's easy enough to implement custom. Yeah, I don't know. Find it interesting. Time for another soda, though, right? Yeah, I think my point is that it should really just be part of the standard library. Right? Like, it should just be part of Zod. Not another dependency. No, it's just a 2-liter. Yeah, I didn't make it out to Costco today. So yeah, I don't think it's worth committing yet, because I think there's maybe another utility that would accompany that would make it worthwhile. So yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to fiddle with that and understand it. Yeah, I feel like it would be so much simpler. I don't know. Next time I hang out with Colin, I'll ask him about it. Alright, so back to what we are doing. So yeah, branch is empty. This needs to validate to true. We've got our validators there, but we actually want that to be part of this validation statement. Yeah, no worries, Seb. Have a good one. So yeah, let me go do this. And we can close that. I didn't even mean to pop it out to a new window. The thing we're trying to do here then is, let me look at the Vaultio docs. I think it is part of app state. So we might be okay with this. This part might be totally fine. All right, so the part where we're actually validating, that's over in status. Ooh, no, it isn't. It's in Git form. yeah, instead of keeping that as state there, actually we'll do this. Yeah, we need to wrap this. And yeah, because this has to do a fetch request, we just have to do it that way. Alright, so then this part, we're no longer going to keep this on state since it's coming from hosting. Oh, and we can actually just do hosting direct. And yeah, we don't end up doing that there because derived state is going to fix that for us. So where's that use effect now? Right? We can actually just do this, and we don't even need that check. So we know we're inside of a Git repo anyway, right? And we've already cast our hosting to that, so now we should be good. Hold on. So, one thing I want to do here... if we have a provider and the branch is valid, we should probably coerce this just to be on the safe side. We see that is not empty. But we still have a failure with validation. Alright, so what is failing in our validation? And we're not logging that properly. Man, we got a lot of stuff open. So we're gonna have to fix that at some point. Let's get to our state here first. Interesting. So we're still... Oh, we're doing branches empty instead of branches valid. Because we messed up that type. So it's our validator that is the issue. There we go. Alright, so that was easy enough. It's just the way we were validating. So now if I change this back to foo bar, right? Alright, cool. Cool. Yeah, that's way better. Alright, so now we need to do the initialization step. Double check this though. If we click to not empty, validates, and this should be filled out now. So we've got like a counting issue as well. Yeah, so the active element. I change this to 4. It still doesn't activate us there. Now hold on, let's go look at that on Mantine's like timeline component. So there's something I'm missing. Oh, so the active, right. We set that back to 1. It gives us like the ... Ooh. It doesn't. But none of that is updating as we expected. All right, let's head back to Git form. Let's go look at their docs again. Just hard code that to 10. That does it. Okay. So, yeah, something's up there. We get more music going. An active element is just passed in as a prop. So that should trigger a re-render when we change the value. Why is that not triggering? Or are we getting the value we expect? Alright, so we're hard coding that to 1. We might need to just turn this into state. Then updating it in a use effect triggers a re-render. This is it. Now we're in GitLab form. And it's always going to be that, because we don't have an installation ID. So if we don't have an active token, and yeah, we're seeing the active element is still 0. Okay. What's up, Randy Richards? How you doing? What are you up to? And for everyone here on Twitch, Randy is over on the YouTube. Right, so then if we do this, we do that, we have a validation error, but I think we end up wanting that. Hey there, YouTubes! Yeah, exactly. All right, so branch is valid is false. Active element is 3. Okay. So yeah, we had a flaw in the way we're calculating the timeline. You can go edit. You can log in. The width of that button needs some work. Oh, but what happened there? We reset it back to 0? Ah. And hey, thanks, The Matrix. How you doing? What are you up to? Yeah, it's the 40th birthday, so my birthday lasts for about a month. Maybe a couple. So we're partying. We're chilling. Ugh. So yeah, now we just got to do the part where we actually initialize this branch. That's our move next. Man, I was really hoping YouTube would reinstate this account that I have, because it's actually kind of annoying.
We are in the presence of greatness. Jenswust is a renowned professional soccer player known for their incredible midfield skills. Their greatest play came during a high-stakes World Cup match where they dribbled past 3 defenders and curled a breathtaking goal from 25 yards out, securing their team's victory in the last few minutes. Among their milestones, Jenswust has also been awarded multiple times as the league's MVP and has led their club to several championship titles.
Hell yeah, Jens. Oh yeah, thank you for the sub, dude. Ooh, Therion just set up your Mac Mini too. Yeah, we had someone else in chat say that too. That was Rez, right? I don't know, I lost it. Sorry, Rez. I don't know. I can't even find it in the list now. Introduction to Statistical Learning. Yeah. You always do the Larry Bird shot? What's the Larry Bird shot? Yeah, I don't even know what that is. And I was a fan of basketball. Oh, behind the backboard. Got it. Yeah, I hate those shots. Those shots are annoying. The behind the backboard shots. Not a fan. You gotta win via gimmicks, huh? Can't beat them fair and square. Get good. There you go. Touche. Touche. You're not wrong. But yeah, no worries, Jens. Thank you for showing off the sub. Appreciate you. Get some sleep. We'll check in again soon. I know next week is a holiday here in the US, but I'm not going anywhere for it. So I'll be here. All you Europeans, don't worry about it. I'll be here. What did you miss? Nothing special. Let me just show you, like, we coded up this quick utility. I don't know if it's actually worth submitting a PR to Zod Utils, but the big thing to remember is that you can't use Zod.enum for dynamic values. And the fact that a one-of utility exists in a whole bunch of places, right? Like yup, and like, I don't know, there's a bunch of validators that have the idea of a one-of, but Zod does not. Now, it's just a few lines of code to do it, but to write out your own, like, custom every time you want to do this is kind of annoying, isn't it? So yeah, and when would this be useful? Well, let's just assume you are fetching some result from a third-party API, such as OpenAI, and they have these, like, model ID values that are going to come back, and you want to validate against some value passed from your front end to this to make sure that it's actually correct, right? Because you can't trust the client. The fact that Zod has no built-in utility for dynamic enums is kind of annoying. Like, it's just, it seems like table stakes, you know? Like, it's expected at this point. So yeah, Zod lacking that is kind of annoying. But it ends up being so simple that, yeah, my guess is because it's so simple, that's why Zod didn't include it. Because you're not going to get any type safety from it. You only get runtime validation from it. And Zod's whole thing is about, you know, build time validation as well. So it ends up meaning that you're going to build out your own utility for this and copy and paste it all over the place, when it would be nicer if it was just included with Zod, maybe as like, maybe an extra package they support, or, I mean, Zod should be tree shakeable, so it shouldn't actually impact your install. I don't know. I guess that's the thing. Zod is not tree shakeable because it's all on like the God object of the Z, right? So maybe that's part of the issue. No, you cannot. Zod does not allow dynamic enums. If you go look at the docs for enum, you will find out. Right here. Has to be a fixed set of allowable values, or you could do as const, but you can't do it for dynamic stuff. So z.enum does not support what I consider to be table stakes for a validation method. This is not allowed because this is now a dynamic array. Yes, because enums don't exist in JavaScript. Remember, anything you're running in the browser is just JavaScript. TypeScript doesn't exist anymore. So even this asConst is meaningless at runtime. Enums are meaningless at runtime. If you want to use a native enum, meaningless at runtime. Which is part of why people complain about TypeScript enums, because they're not real. Yeah, and what value do we gain from doing the z.union of literals versus just doing a custom validator, right? Like all this extra code, what is the difference between that and that? Right, what value do you gain? Yeah, that's the whole point. And yet, this actually wouldn't work. Oh, wait, you have to do the asConst. And again, if you're having to do asConst, it won't work at runtime. So you might be able to do this. At the end of the day, create dynamic enum is a union of dynamic literal values. I'd be curious if this actually works. Right? These second two approaches are not valid for dynamic values. So only this one seems worthwhile. And it still doesn't seem that worthwhile. It kind of is, right? See, I'd like to fiddle with this just to double check that it actually works. Because if you wanted to do it, right, just z.union of the thing. Instead of doing like this function, you could just do the z.union and map your values. I feel like I ran into an issue with it. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Right? And this is where we run into this issue, right? So I just think perplexity is garbage, right? ChatGPT style prompts are garbage for this stuff, because we just wasted way more time proving that it's totally wrong, rather than just coding something out that worked. Right? Like, this is actually totally broken. I don't know what TypeScript shenanigans we'd have to do to make it actually compile and work, but it doesn't compile. So yeah, like, none of the AI prompting coding tools are actually any good. Right? It just doesn't work. At least our z.custom works. See, I have very little faith in AI chatbot coding prompts. Right? We already validated that those other two will not work for the use case we had, because we can't do the as constant. Because it's a dynamically fetched value. Here, this could work, but it doesn't. And you can actually see that we tried to do that at one point. Right? We did the mapping to Z literals, but it didn't compile. So yeah, I would beware of the low effort. Let me just ask ChatGPT bullshit. Because it's more wrong than it is right. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. They've been saying that since the creation of SQL. SQL was going to take our jobs. No, I get it. It's fine, but, you know, it wasted our time, because we've already kind of gone through that. Yeah, X Factor. The idea that business people could just write SQL queries was totally going to take away developer jobs. That is provably false. IntelliSense was totally going to take away developer jobs. No. So yeah, worth a shot there, Spacey. It's worth a shot, but my point being is we already fiddled with this. If you really thought you could do it, you should have tried it. What's up, Awful Waffle? How you doing? Yeah, no offense. It's just... it's something I push back on a lot here on stream anyway. Where people do the low effort thing, and then it's on us to put in the effort to prove it wrong, when they could have tried it. We get that a lot when people are backseating too much as well, right? They'll throw a code snippet into chat here without even trying. Maybe. I don't know if it's worth a blog post at this point. But yeah, initialize repos. Wrong name for this brand, or this method anyway. So we should fix that. If anyone else wants to make that blog post, though, feel free. Like, you know, I wouldn't stress about it. It might get you some pretty good SEO. I'll say definitely make sure you use the keyword one of, because I think that's what people are going to Google by based upon like the fact that it exists in Yelp. Haven't written anything in about 6 months. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm pretty slacking on it as well. Yeah, I feel like this one of approach, right, for dynamic enums or whatever. One of y'all should totally run with that idea. Okay. Back in the Flash days. Ooh. I'm curious, does Karupa even exist anymore? It does. It is very different from what it used to be. The one of thing sounds like a paragraph. I mean, there's definitely at least a couple code snippets worth, right? Do we hack out the blog post now? Should we do it? Let's just hack out the blog post. Why not? I think it's more useful than the PR that we'd make. So whatever. Why not? Why not? It's easy enough. Let me get more music on. And it's a Friday, so like, you know, a blog post is totally. We don't need to feel like stressed about getting the project, like, you know, finished. Ooh, do I not have blog Gatsby in here? I don't. I think it's in here. And yeah, since it's a simple blog post, why not make it? You know? Ooh, it'll be our first blog post of 2024. Better late than never, right? So, Zod 1 oh. No, the blog posts you're thinking of are the ones that we have on Vexilla.dev. Right, so choosing language versions and what's in a hash. That's the problem with having multiple places I post. You know? Dot is a fantastic validation library, but if you're coming from, or if you are coming from a different validation library, there might, it might feel like one of those things is one of. In this short post, we go over why z.enum how you can implement your own custom one-of function. So that's the thing, space case. Yeah. It's totally over on the Vexilla.dev blog, but it's not on my personal blog. That's what we're talking about. You might have just stepped away or something. Alright, so we do need to get some images for it. Right. Superman? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries there, Space Case. Sorry. Some of these are good. Damn, Waffle, you trying to get him in trouble? That ain't cool, man. That ain't cool, man. Thought y'all were friends. Wait, can I do this now? Ah, yes, they fixed that. Nice. I really like that. So VS Code for the longest time had a bug where you couldn't copy from Finder and paste it into a folder in VS Code. So you had to like go find the folder in Finder to paste a file around. Such an annoying bug, and they just recently fixed it within the past year or something. I don't remember exactly when, but I remember it not working around a year ago. Can't believe they got the focus off on this. It's not like your subject is moving. Oh, that's not bad, Fievel. We could also make a reference to the Kendrick Lamar song. Not one of us. I've still never actually seen The Wolf of Wall Street. It hasn't come on Tubi. You were just thinking of Kendrick? Yeah. It's crazy how often that song has come up. I heard it probably like 5 times at different events at Render ATL. I've heard it randomly in bars here in Seattle. Like it's crazy, actually. And really, yeah, I find Drake insufferable, so I'm all for it. It's just so fake. Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Not like us. Not one of us. Not like us. That's it. Yeah. Back in the day, back in the snowboard days, I was chatting with someone, right? And we were talking about bindings. And at one point, I mentioned, like, but hey, at least they're not Drake. Because Drake bindings are garbage. Like, really bad. The heaviest things you've ever had, and they fall apart. Like, it was cool because they were an indie company, but not cool because they're just terrible. Now, for their time, they were alright. But then, like, good binding companies actually started doing the right thing, right? Riot bindings, awesome. Rome bindings, best in the business, though I am biased. Flux, still better than Drake. Burton bindings, still better than Drake. But anyway, I was making that comment, and someone was like, well, I like Drake. And they were talking about the musician. I was like, well, I mean, okay, they're not bad bindings. And they're like, oh, I thought you were talking about the musician. I was like, oh, he sucks too, but this is not what we're talking about. Like, it was something like that. Like, yeah. I don't know. It was a good conversation. It's a little out of its element at the moment, but it was awesome. Awful Waffle is actually very simple. Only movies that no other company wants to have as an exclusive make it to Tubi. Right? For the most part, all of the streaming providers can bid against each other to have a certain film as an exclusive on their platform, and they often do that for, like, timing and topical reasons. There are certain films that you can't get on Tubi right now because some other platform decided it was worth making an exclusive. Like the movie Major League. I think that one's an exclusive on, like, Universal or something right now. Maybe Max? I don't remember. But yeah, but it has been on Tubi in the past. So it's really just about, like, licensing deals. And they come and go. The fact that Suicide Squad is consistently on Tubi is awesome. I love that movie, right? The Suicide Squad, like the newer one. Yeah, there's definitely some movies that I'm just constantly surprised that they're even, like, available. Which is kind of cool. So yeah, real quick. We got the image linked there. We want to name this. Yes, I am planning on doing Jackbox tonight, for sure. Yeah, I do pay for some streaming. I pay for Hulu Disney. Mainly because I wanted, like, when I first moved into this apartment, and I just didn't have all my stuff set up, and I was waiting on setting up the internet or something. Forget what it was exactly. I ended up paying for... Yeah, I don't remember how that worked, actually. But, yeah, I ended up paying for, like, Disney to watch Moon Knight and Loki. And I haven't caught up on Loki Season 2, but I'm planning on doing that. I get Amazon Prime. So, yes, I've been watching The Boys and Invincible and Fallout through that. I paid for Paramount so I could watch Twisted Metal, and I've been meaning to cancel that ever since. No, I haven't seen Abbott Elementary. Hey, Abbott! I hate that. Sorry. Yep. Every time I hear that word, that's what I think of. Anyone know the movie I just referenced? Mockumentary style? Ooh, yeah, I'd have to check it out. Hey, I bet. I hate that guy. Robin Hood Men in Tights. Exactly. Yeah, it's toward the end. What show was the guy that played the Abbot on? I don't think it was Different Strokes. It was something like that. Like one of those older sitcoms. I still haven't watched Preacher. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch Preacher, actually. Yeah, I've been meaning to actually pay for like Apple TV or Netflix, but I just haven't pulled the trigger yet. We'll see at some point. Reacher was also pretty good on Amazon Prime. Yeah, I mean, I pay for Amazon Prime anyway, so Prime Video is a pretty solid, like, just addition that keeps me paying for Amazon Prime, basically. Like, Fallout, fantastic. Dude, I would have paid for Amazon Prime if I didn't have it already just for Fallout. You're a Prime and Disney family now? Makes sense. There's definitely some shows on Netflix that I think are worth it. I can't remember off the top of my head what they are. Hold on, that one, We Think You Should Go, or something like that? What's that one? Like, you know what I'm talking about. It's like a comedy, like, sketch comedy show by, like, one dude, basically. I Think You Should Leave, or something like that, right? I think that's the name of the show. With Tim Robinson. Yes. Oh, What We Do in the Shadows, I've already seen all of it. Yeah, for sure. But this is on Netflix. This is the only thing so far that is massively making me think I should probably pay for Netflix. Because this show seems amazing. Like, every bit I've seen from it is so good. Tim, I'd like you to leave, right? What? Yeah, you spent all your time on the zip line. What? No. I don't know, he's just so good. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, the zipline one is just so good. Three Body Problem. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I've heard a lot of people say it's great. You sure? Like, okay, that sounds great. Oh, interesting, Sergeant Pepper. All right, I was going to say Jury Duty is also on Tubi, but that's the Pauly Shore film. Oh, wait, really? Oh, that sounds amazing. All right. Definitely got to check it out. But okay, let's finish hacking out this blog post. It's a nice, easy, lazy one just for, like, SEO purposes, basically. Interesting. Theo streaming on a Friday. It's pretty rare. I like doing the TLDR. You want to do validation of a dynamic list of values of something being in a dynamic list of values. You need to use custom. All right. So let's just grab all this. What's another image we should do? Why? These images are terrible. That one's not terrible. Good enough. But why? And yes, this is a Gatsby blog. You might ask yourself why for that too. Well, the why is Gatsby still has the best image processing utilities for lazy loading, like placeholders, of any framework out there, right? Especially for static sites. As an example, I can show you a good thing that I made to show it off, right? To like make the same thing in the Angular static site generator context. And the idea is you might have components where you want to lazy load an image, maybe using the blur up technique. Cool, no problem. That's pretty standard. Most tools have that. But what about a traced image? Ooh, not that many tools have that, and that's just using POTrace. What about primitives? Yeah, you can lazy load an image using these like triangle drawn SVGs. That is a thing called Squib that's doing that. And then from here, that's a custom one that I made for Scully, but it's really simple. You just sample the color at like X pixel, and you're good to go. And it ends up looking fairly good. But the idea is your users loading up your site don't necessarily need to have the high-res images of your blog post immediately, right? But you can still have something filling that space so you don't get like the popping and jumping as something lazy loads in. It's a really nice experience. There's also this other blog post. I'm definitely going to forget. Yeah, I know. I don't remember where the blog post is. Yeah, that's a shame. Basically, there was an old school blog post that showed off a bunch of like image lazy loading. The blur up technique actually dates back to a Facebook blog post. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Right? The technology behind preview photos on the Android Facebook application from 2015. Right? And the really cool thing is, right, this is the cover photo they're talking about. They actually squeezed that entire, like, lazy loaded blurred one. Technically, it wasn't blurred. We'll get to why. Into 200 bytes as part of the initial GraphQL, like, payload. Why 200 bytes? Well, it needed to avoid a second network request for the image, and they could squeeze it into the initial, like, fetched payload, and then later do some other stuff. So they would take that image, resize it down to 200 bytes, super pixelated and gross. They would take that super tiny image and blow it up, which would look terrible until you apply client-side blurring on your device. So you can apply a filter that will blur it and make it look like a high-res blur while using a really, really tiny image. So by expanding it and then blurring it client-side, you get a really nice, like, preload, like, image that you can then just fade out when the other image has finished downloading. It seems pretty trivial nowadays, but in 2015, this was a novel idea. No one else was doing this. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Facebook makes really good, like, technical blog posts. When I was interviewing for, like, developer advocate roles, and people asked, like, what type of content do I like, and blah, 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 and, you know, whatever, I would point out that some of my favorite blog content is, like, technical stuff like that kind of shows, like, how the sausage is made. Rather than being pure marketing, by being a thought leader, you actually establish yourself as an expert. And being an expert means that people will actually head to your site anyway. So maybe that starts to make sense about why I've made similar posts like, or similar videos like that for GitKraken, because it's actually the kind of content I like. So yeah, the web component, video and blog post for GitKraken. Right? It's about establishing thought leadership. Same thing with, like, the NodeGit and LibGit, like, video I made. It's about establishing thought leadership. I think those types of posts are actually fairly timeless, and that's even more magical. So yeah, I try to make content for myself. Hopefully other people like it too. Feels less like marketing, you know? But you can still like learn something from it. And learning something from it kind of like positions Get Kraken in a nicer way than just marketing to. What timeless means anymore in regards to web life. I mean, that blog post I just showed you, that is timeless content. It may have been a vignette in time as far as like, well, yeah, now we take it for granted. Like everyone should be blurring up images like that. But it's still kind of timeless. I think the big thing that I consider the difference is like Theo and the Primogen really focus on like current events. And they do that stuff really well. Like so well that I don't think anybody else needs to do it. Sure, it gets clicks, it gets views. But those are like temporary clicks and views. They're less thought leadership and just more capitalizing on the zeitgeist, you know? So awful, I think, yeah, maybe reframe what timeless means to you. Right? There's no such thing as timeless anyway. Books get burned all the time. There's all sorts of literature that no longer exists and you can't find it. There's movies that you can't find anywhere other than piracy. So I think focusing on the literal definition of timeless totally misses the point. Very few things are actually timeless. Rock and stone is not timeless, right? Erosion gets all of us. I think the key is, can you learn something from it without having needed to have been there? And right, that blog post we just saw from Facebook, you can still learn something from it, right? I think less so, pretty much any video made about one time in place drama. Like, no offense to Theo, but the is NPM safe? Drupal imploding. Those videos are not timeless. He's capitalizing upon the current zeitgeist. And he does it well. But how many people can actually do that to where it's actually worth it to make content like that? Like, I don't know. That's what I'm getting at. Again, this is not me talking shit. This is me pointing out that it's just not content I would ever want to make. I know, we kind of do it for our news crawl. That's just for me to stay informed. You might recognize that I've never actually released a video from any of that stuff. The only videos I would release are the ones that I feel are timeless. I don't think current events are content I ever want to make. And I know, it sounds like I'm talking shit. No. Someone has to make that stuff. I just don't want to. Someone has to make resume review and the nature of the industry type content. That's for Theo and... Or not Theo, sorry. For Melky and Danny, right? Why am I spacing on his name? Very famous on Twitter. Danny, like, he does, like, beginner-focused content. You know, like, how to get your first job in the industry. It's awesome that he's making that content. It's awesome that he's successful doing it. It's really cool. definitely not anything I would personally want. I think that's the big difference. Melky does the resume review stuff really well. Not content I want to make. The state of the industry. And I guess it comes down to content I would want to watch. You know, I don't think I'm in a good place to make content that I wouldn't want to watch. And yeah, does it seem like I'm rambling? Yes, because I don't think I have a good thesis of what I'm trying to say yet. I'm like thinking about it as I'm saying it. So, yeah. The big point is we need people to make content like that. I just think I would be a terrible person to make that content because it's not content I would enjoy. I think that's the right way of phrasing it. Is this blog post timeless? Nah. No, but it's easy. And I haven't posted to my personal blog since 2023. It looks like I actually have some blog posts I should have published that I just didn't get to, which is a little annoying. So yeah, I need to be better about like following through on blog post stuff. But let's do this one. I think we can knock this one. So, the main idea is Zod has a lot of very useful utility functions for creating a schema. Helps you validate things at not just runtime, but also compile. This is what makes Zod somewhat unique. And I would say this is what makes Zod unique. There have been many runtime configuration libraries. Runtime validation libraries. Including, and then we can list them out, right? JS validation libraries. Joy was the one I was thinking of earlier. Yep. There you go, Kinslayer. So, Joy, yup. What are some other big ones that y'all are fans of, right? JS validation, libraries, validate JS, sure. Parsley is a big one. among many others. Zod is TypeScript native, and by doing so, it can know more about its than most tools, right? About its schemas during development than most tools. Consider the usage of z.infer to get a legitimate TypeScript type from your validator. This is a double-edged sword. Means that certain things are not as easy when using one of those things is the idea of dynamic or dynamically determined arrays. If you want to validate for a value being from an array, you might use z.enum. However, the Zod docs have this to say. And really, yeah, hold on. Let's get to it. Zod enums. Where was it? Did I miss it? Ah, Zod enums. However, if you read the docs, might notice that they require you to use. Hold on, let's double check this. Z.enum directly. Or you can pass an array to z.enum as long as you define the array as const. This is because Zod's pile time that. Keep reading. There we go. Your next instinct might be to ask an LLM about how to do this instead. Why is that a problem? When would you want to use a dynamic array? Well, you might want to fetch some values from a third-party API. One example I have come across is when using OpenAI which can change code. No, it's not done, but we're getting there. Bread. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty cool, Owen. I also have the ability to turn $40 into a hangover. So, you know, we both have superpowers. But yeah, as always, man, just remember, don't invest anything that you're not willing to lose. That is the #1 rule of investment in general. Or GME. I say this as person who has most likely burned some money on some GME, but I'm gonna keep holding. Total. Here's the thing, if it moons, I'm good to go. But that's a big if. Ooh, yeah. They're just unrealized losses. And Ken Wheeler did really just buy the most extra pho ever. My reply? Fucking brilliant. Oh, did I already lose the perplexity link? I did. Oops. And yeah, rather than directly link, we'll screenshot it. Allows you to map over the array and use z.literal with z.union.
We are in the presence of greatness. Raimu sounds like a star basketball player. They are especially known for their stunning buzzer beater from half court during the national championship, securing the victory against the top-ranked opponents. Throughout their career, Raimuso has achieved milestones such as leading the league in three-point shots made and earning the MVP award multiple times.
I actually really like the way the bot does MVP award. But yeah, how you doing, Raimu, Mr. Sir? What you up to? You missed out. It was my birthday yesterday. Where have you been? We have been worried sick. I'm just having fun. MVP award. Yeah, that shit was good. Hey, yeah, thanks, Raimu. And yeah, dude, thank you. At 64 months, I think it's just you and Prime. Like, holding it down. Ooh, Prime's only at 62, so you're winning. You're totally winning, man. Right, and here's my biggest thing, just for everyone out there. You may recognize that I am somewhat critical of Prime for some things, like the typing speed thing, and other stuff too. He is just such a good supporter of the community. Right? Like, the character he plays is so much, like, harsher than the person that he is. At least as far as I understand him. You know, we only ever know what people, like, show us. We never know who they are truly internally. But from what Prime has shown me in every social interaction, the dude means well. And I don't think he takes any of the criticism to heart. Maybe he hasn't heard it, but even then, I think he'd be okay with it. So yeah, like, the dude behind the Primogen. Stand up, dude. His character, I agree with not all the time. But he is very supportive. He supports a lot of people in the community. He's a good dude. Yeah, Raimu and Prime are my longest subs at this point. Raimu's obviously winning. Duh. No, and I get that, right? But his character is not above reproach. And I think the character, since it is so critical of other things, it deserves to be looked at critically as well. I also probably deserve to be looked at critically. CM Griffin guy, such a jerk. Such a jerk, you'd expect him to be taller. Now, I got that short man complex, you know? Napoleon syndrome. What's up there, Scavenged? How you doing? So earlier we did a bit of discovery. Right now, like, we're working on a quick blog post, quick in quotes, about how to do dynamic validation of values that could be an enum with Zod, but Zod requires the enums be statically analyzable, which means you can't do dynamic arrays and validating against those. So I'm making a blog post about why you have to use z.custom for that validation. And we're showing that even if you wanted to do like a map over some dynamic options and do some z.literal stuff, z.union hates it, and it doesn't compile. So that's kind of what we're getting at. We're trying to create, you know, a blog post that I think is informative. It's going to swoop up some of that sweet, sweet SEO, because Zod itself does not try and solve this dynamic, like, typing problem. Dynamic validation is really not where Zod shines anyway. It's all about static validation that is usable at runtime. So it kind of explains maybe why Colin has not decided to add a dynamic, like enum validator, when it's present in pretty much any other validator you've ever used, such as Yup or Joy or even validate.js, which is super old. So yeah, we're just hacking out a quick blog post for that sweet, sweet SEO, and also because I haven't made a personal blog post since 2023, so I'm kind of slacking. But yeah, real quick, I do have to pee. I've been drinking these whiskeys because yesterday was my birthday, so today's actually the celebration to where I can get a little loosey-goosey. Yeah, for sure, Space Case. I think it's valid and worthwhile. Pretty much any time that Zod doesn't do what you need, you can totally do it with just z.custom. So z.custom is going to be your friend. I think that's the big thing there. But yeah, thank you. I do have to pee, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back.
It's bigger than me.
And yeah, so that's the big thing. Zod really does focus on like being a better tool for your development experience, but something that is only runtime evaluatable. Like, I can understand why it's not part of what they do. So yeah, we're gonna continue hacking out this blog post because why not? It's kind of fun. That makes sense, Scavenged. I think the bigger thing about blueprints is the extensibility. So I haven't done enough with it, but look at maybe how Arc utilizes the blueprint system for you to be able to customize things. If you want to make a mod for Arc, editing stuff in a blueprint is way more straightforward than forcing someone to jump into C++. So yeah, like really think about like the blueprint system for extensibility. If you want to allow modders to do stuff for your game, that's huge, right? So yeah, even if you end up doing some custom C++ stuff, exposing out some blueprints that can hook into that C++ code is a way to make modders happy. Like a top-down Dead by Daylight? Oh, that sounds fun, man. Good work. What would you expect website to resolve to? Like my blog? The place where this blog post is going to go? If you're curious about the main thing we're working on, not this blog post, right? We got a little sidetracked, a little nerd sniped. The thing we're mainly doing is a feature flag tool called Vexilla. Time for more music, though. What up, Cruz? How you doing? I mean, you can ask, doesn't mean we'll answer. ADT like the security company? Yeah. Ah. What does ADT stand for in that context? I'm familiar with the idea of a C and a header file. What does ADT mean here? Should you have simply just asked, am I familiar with C? Okay, sure. So what does that have to do with the C and the H? I'm very confused here, man. Just ask your question, man. Nah, we're not gonna help you solve your, like, one weird specific problem. Nah, this is not that kind of stream. From my experience, when someone comes in here with a problem like that, and it's their first time ever chatting, even if we answer their question, we'll never see them again. Yeah, ask ChatGPT. I don't think ChatGPT is any good or worthwhile, but it's gonna help you more than asking random Twitch chats. If you are so far out of your element that you're asking random Twitch chats, you've got a problem. Nah, so Cruz, you're fucking up. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Like, you're massively fucking up. The ADT problem is not your problem. Your problem-solving skills is your problem. By the way, Cruz, Raimu is being facetious. He's taking the piss. Cruz, I would suggest start simpler. You're either wanting us to help you do your homework, or you've been misled by someone into thinking that you need to use low-level languages to actually learn. Both are just not the right thing to jump into a Twitch chat for. I would recommend learn a higher level language where you don't have to deal with those esoteric compiler errors, and work on your problem solving skills for a higher level language. Once you have worked on your actual problem solving skills, then you are actually able to go towards things that are far harder to debug. It is home. Yep. Nailed it. I knew it. So yeah, we're not going to help you with your homework, man. You have a professor who likely has office hours. You should be using those office hours. My guess is you left this test to the last minute and you need to solve it by Monday, right? All right. Yeah, Twitch chat is the wrong place to ask, Chris. It seems like borderline trolling at this point. Yeah, but also, Raimu, we're not going to answer that question. Like, nah, they're in the wrong place. They can go troll some other chat. Right? No matter what, even if we answered their question, we'd never see them. Or we'd have to deal with these kind of questions over and over. Either way, nah. They're not a quality viewer. No, I got you right. I appreciate it. I'm just letting you know. Like, yeah. All you're doing is encouraging them to go ask the next chat by basically providing the error they see in their console, which is also going to be a terrible experience for the next chatter they go and spam. Yeah, thanks anyway, and then you're going to disappear forever. Yeah, I get it. You're treating this as a transactional thing rather than trying to be a part of the community. And you know that's a shit apology, right? You're basically saying, sorry you got offended, rather than sorry for your bad behavior. Here's the thing though, Raimu. Any channel like that doesn't last. Can we recognize Strager doesn't stream anymore for reasons exactly like that? He tried to use that type of content to grow his channel, and it burnt him the fuck out. Yep. But it's also why Strager doesn't stream anymore, because treating that type of commentary and that type of viewer in that way, like accepting of their terrible, like, do my homework for me questions, is a clear path to burnout. I don't know of a single streamer that does that lasts. They don't exist. Maybe X Factor, but again, recognize that every streamer that has tried to do so burns out. Every single one. Every single one. Because they're not quality viewers. How about this there, groups? What types of channels do you typically watch here on Twitch? I noticed that you've been around a while. Do you watch League of Legends? Or Hearthstone? Or some game? The gist is, right, I assume they're already gone. For anyone else watching, the gist is basically like, I'm playing League of Legends, and they jumped in asking about Skyrim. I'm not playing Skyrim. But I'm playing games, aren't I? They're the same thing. Alright, so you didn't leave. I appreciate that for you, at least. Thank you for not doing the drive-by. But honestly, I'm just pointing out, it's like if I was playing some game, and you asked about a totally different game. Just because they both happen to be games, doesn't mean they're at all related. No. That's not what I'm saying, Cruz. What I'm saying is, you can watch and play whatever you're playing, but the moment you're asking about how to craft a thing in Skyrim when I'm playing League of Legends, why is that a relevant question? Why do you think that was a good place to ask that question? And substitute any one of those games for any other game. As long as they're different games. Is that actually relevant? Are you a good member of their community? Asking them about a game they're not even playing? Especially if it's your first message or your first time chatting? No, you didn't listen. I'm not playing Skyrim. I'm not playing League of Legends. I'm not playing C. Why do you think a question about C, a game I'm not playing, is relevant here? I would say even then, smaller streams will burn out from catering to that kind of audience. There you go. Yeah, we do have a Discord channel you can ask in. No, it does hurt to try. You harm the stream by doing so. I am simply, like, I could have just ignored you, and I probably should have just ignored you. But I'm making this point for anyone else that might be watching too, who might be tempted to do similar bullshit in other people's streams. See what I'm getting at? It does hurt to try. You are not a member of the community if you don't mind harming someone's stream for your own personal gain. You are asking out of very selfish reasons, completely oblivious to what was happening in the stream before you got here. And I tried to explain it to you gaming-wise, and you decided to not listen to any of it. Like, it does seem like you're trolling it. I can't believe there's not like a good image for someone just shrugging. Homo? Yeah, nah, this is Unsplash. We would have to do knockoff Elmo. Yeah, we could do an AI image generator. I'm a bit meh on that one. This one, oh, never mind. Unsplash Plus. Never mind. Maybe we don't need an image for it. I think it's fine. Whatever. Hold on. I think we do need some subtitles here. LLMs to the rescue? Nope. It seems even more like troll. Like, dude. Alright, cool, man. Have fun. Go spam someone else with that question. You know you're going to, right? And hey, what's up, Jerome? How you doing? Go ask Theo. See what he does. I'm curious if he roasts you as much as we do, or if he just ignores you. Oh, don't worry. I got more, Drew. I totally got more. Yeah, we started that bottle a few days ago. It's a good one. It's the Henry McKenna. It's a solid whiskey. Yeah, the Henry McKenna. That is the whiskey we're sipping on. It's rare that Costco actually has it, so I stocked up a bit. We're going through the stock a bit quicker than I would like. Could be worse. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. No, that's not a troll question. That's a legitimate, like, cool question there, Chris. So, yeah, appreciate you. Thank you for not doing the drive-by, and thank you for actually, like, a legit question. How did I learn to code? Well, I had put in some time figuring stuff out in a bad way. But I'm old enough that I had a GeoCities site that taught me HTML. I had a MySpace page that taught me CSS. And I learned a little bit from copying and pasting Flash stuff for, ActionScript back in the day. Then I went and got a 2-year degree from a community college. Got a certificate for Objective-C from University of Washington, and I started just building stuff and having problems and Googling for the answer for those problems. If you didn't find your answer from Google, it just means that you weren't very good at Googling it. And Googling is a skill, just like asking ChatGPT is a skill. I personally find more value from Googling, but I bet people these days could get the same information from ChatGPT if they would. I still personally find more value from a finely crafted set of keywords on Google than I do from asking ChatGPT and continuously fixing my prompt. In this blog post, I point out how LLMs are not taking developer jobs because they don't understand the question most of the time. The thing they provided us in a bunch of these places don't actually work, and it didn't actually answer the question. So yeah, for the most part, I would recommend still learning how to Google for things. That skill will still get you more value than just trusting ChatGPT to give you an answer that matters. Or Perplexity, or any of those fucking things. If you don't know well enough to discern if they're bullshitting you, you definitely shouldn't be trying to listen to what they say. Yeah, exactly, Cruz. So instead, what I would get at is, I am willing to bet money you can figure this out and find a relevant Stack Overflow question and answer that helps you solve this. But it's going to take a lot of trial and error and understanding how to frame your queries on Google to actually get the information you need. That's my recommendation to you. Googling for technical information is a skill that you're going to have to build up that I don't think ChatGPT is taking away from us anytime soon. Now, keep in mind that answers on Stack Overflow can be just as bad as the stuff that ChatGPT gives you too. So your ability to actually sort through the chaff for the week is the important part. And that's a skill that you got to build. There's no shortcuts. If there was a shortcut, it would just become the way. And yeah, Raimu, that's kind of what we recommended already. That they need to chat with their professor or their TA or whatever and use the office hours for that. They're just trying to if the homework's not due on Monday, they're trying to get ahead of it anyway, which I respect. That's actually really good of them. If the homework is due Monday and they're maybe sweating because I called them out a bit for it, and then they lied to us because they didn't want to, be pigeonholed, well, I mean, that's on them. But if they have time on Monday to actually speak with their teacher, that's the way to go. I get that, Cruz. What I'm getting at is you're not going to be able to ask anyone over the weekend either. If you are truly doing this before it's due, and it's not due Monday, then you have time to actually ask someone on Monday. And I would do that. No, so here's the thing, X Factor, right? Google is there, but it requires a skill to sort through that stuff. And it's a skill they haven't built up yet. And it might be a flaw in what the teacher gave them. My guess is the teacher gave them something incomplete, and their entire task is to make it compile. And maybe they missed that was part of their goal. Here's one more thing, Cruz. Sometimes you just need to sleep on it. You can't brute force programming. When your brain is tired, you're going to make worse and worse decisions. You're not going to understand the things you read well enough. Sleeping and coming back to it the next morning is sometimes the best approach. It also allows you to use the diffuse thought process. The diffuse thought process is what your background brain is doing, right? If you think about your brain like a computer, you've got the thread that's doing the UI and all that stuff. And then you've got the background threads that are doing all sorts of other things in the background that you're not even aware that they're doing, but that's actually how the computer stays running. And you could let those background processes actually kick in and do programming stuff while you're doing other things, like getting ready to go to sleep, like brushing your teeth, like washing the dishes. All of those things are things in which your background brain can kick in while your foreground brain is occupied by something menial. So focused thought versus diffuse thought. Understanding those two different patterns of thinking will make you a better programmer, because you need to utilize both to actually be good. Alright, so it turns out that Zod's Z.custom is what we need. Here it is again. And hold on, let's grab your dynamic array. So in this context, your dynamic array is whatever array you want to search for a value in. Grandpa's famous last words. You know, probably not even that famous. It's such a simple bit of code that you might wonder why, or that it might make sense. No worries, Graham. Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Sir? What are you up to? And wait, did we just recognize... Sorry, I might be forgetting the context. Am I older than you? You young whippersnapper? You should listen to your elders. I am, by 2 months. Damn right. Should pay some respect. I'm kidding, I'm just having fun. You know that. I just turned 40 yesterday. You might think I look young. My hairline would beg to differ. But also, I spent 10 years as a snowboard bum, which means I was very, very light on any stress in my life. Like, zero stress as a person who just snowboarded all day and then went and worked some bullshit jobs. So for 10 years out of high school, I lived a very stress-free life. Yeah, it's actually kind of magic. I was lucky to have parents that encouraged me to do so. I wasn't going to say it there, Graham. But, yeah, you look like you got some road mile, or some city miles on you, for sure. Now, that's what happens when you deal with accessibility, isn't it? Accessibility causes gray hair. I don't know if you actually have gray hair. I'm just bullshitting. 2 a.m. on a random stream? Lack of sleep? I mean... I pull that all the time. I know, right, Wormbane? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no worries. How you doing, Worm? Yeah, what you up to? So stoked we got to play some Baldur's Gate 3 the other night. That was great. That was awesome. Owen, at 28, you got gray hair? Yeah, it happens. I get gray in my mustache if I grow it out, but that's about it. No, it makes sense, Jerome. Yeah. Eating corn dogs and mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I have leftover Indian food from last night. That's what I'll be eating tonight for sure. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. Yeah, Owen, freelancing will give you more of that gray hair for sure. Yeah, exactly, Wormbane. Oof. Yeah, as a snowboard bum, I didn't manage nobody. Oh, keep in mind, hold on, no, I was the terrain park lead for the night shift. So yeah, like, starting at about, I believe it was like 2 p.m. I think that was when we were expected to go in. At about 2 p.m., I think it might have even been later than that. Maybe 3 p.m. I would go in and clock in for Terrain Park as the lead of the night crew. And then I'd just snowboard all night. It was so good. It was the best. The night crew was me and like 3 other people, typically. And it was the chillest. It was so good. I could ride powder all morning and then clock in and go work all night. And by working all night, I mean, yeah, just riding the terrain park at Stevens Pass. So yeah, stress was not a thing. Here's the funniest part. My mom has often referred to me using the phrase from like Alfred E. Newman. If you're not aware, Alfred E. Newman is like the redheaded like kid or person or whatever from Mad Magazine, right? That's Alfred E. Newman. And their like catchphrase is, "What, me worry?" So yeah, I guess I just live like a stress-free life most of the time. I try not to let anything stress me out besides trolley chatters. See how I brought that around? That's good comedy right there. Exactly. Ooh, Graham. I remember going out to eat a lobster roll with Todd Libby, obviously, when I was in Arizona, like last time I was there, like a month or so ago. And I remember even like chatting with him because you had just released your Angel Devil like video or whatever. Dude, that one's good, man. I really like that video. That was well done. So Jerome, here's another way of phrasing it. Ooh, deadlines. I love deadlines and the whooshing sound they make as they go by. That's a Hitchhiker's Guide quote, for sure. No, so the dude, like, here's the thing, Wormbane. All seafood is frozen. As long as it stays frozen, you're good to go. Yeah, I mean, I trust that more than I trust stuff like oysters. I trust, like, shellfish way more than I trust oysters. I'm not gonna eat oysters in Vegas. Hell no. But no, this lobster place is also, like, they get their stuff shipped out regularly. And yeah, like, all fish, all, like, crustaceans in general are massively flash frozen at the point of catching them. Especially crustaceans, like lobster and crab, because they start going bad, like, immediately after they die. So yeah, like, honestly, shellfish in general, right, crustaceans specifically, are one of the safest things you can eat out in the desert, as long as you trust the company that shipped it. And with our technology these days, it's fine. I mean, if you have an allergy, you should never eat them. But I'm just pointing out, like, because shellfish goes bad the moment it dies, right? It's like it's already starting to decay and you only have a couple hours of it being valid. Yeah, shellfish is actually one of the safest things you can eat because it is flash frozen at sea. Any fish you eat sushi-wise, there's no bacteria, or sorry, not bacteria, there's no parasites alive in that because it's flash frozen at sea. Even sushi grade, everything, right? And a thanks, Graham. And yeah, that's a classic Hitchhiker's Guide quote. Ooh, those are nice. Yeah, for sure. That totally works too, Wormbane. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that totally works too. You also get to stare them in their beady little eyes, right? And hey, what's up, Crutchcorn? What were you up to, man? Oh, hold up. You know what? Yeah, one second. Our bot stupidly has like a minimum Hold up. So, Crutchcorn, you get to pick. Do you want to be a superhero, a supervillain, a sports star, or a cat? Cat, obviously. All right, all right.
Who's a pretty kitty? Imagine Crutchcorn as a sleek Siamese cat with striking blue almond-shaped eyes. Their fur is a cool cream with dark brown markings on their ears, paws, face, and tail. Let's call them Mocha. They enjoy hunting small mechanical toys that mimic the movement of real insects, engaging their keen instincts and sharp reflexes. Mocha loves to sleep curled up in a sunny window spot where they can bask in the warmth while keeping a watchful eye over their domain.
All right, there we go. So, Crutchcorn, if you didn't know, yesterday was my birthday, so thank you for the raid. I assume that was my birthday present. Superhero is pretty good. Hold on. Let's imagine Crutchcorn as a super villain. How about that? Whoa, dude, you didn't have to do that. You already gave me a gift. That was the raid.
It's not easy being evil. Nerwin, the digital sorceress, commands the power to manipulate and control all forms of digital technology. Emerging from a freak accident involving a supercomputer and a lightning storm, they gain the unique ability to communicate with and exploit any electronic device. With a swipe of their hand, Nerwin can cause chaos in the digital world, from taking over city grids to breaching the most secure databases. Their mysterious aura and high-tech prowess make them a formidable and elusive supervillain in the modern age. It's not easy being evil. Rolly GG, the master of time manipulation.
Yeah, no worries, Worm. Have a good one.
In a world of uncertainty, their superpower is the ability to roll back or speed up time for any individual or event, creating havoc in society. Originating from a small town where monotony reigned, they stumbled upon an ancient clock encrusted with mysterious glowing runes. Upon touching the relic, they were infused with the cosmic ability to distort temporal realms. Now Rolly GG used this power to orchestrate grand schemes, always staying several steps ahead of their adversaries. It's not easy being evil. Nukefun, a chilling supervillain, emerged from the ruins of a failed experimental reactor. They possess the power to control and manipulate radioactive energy, turning ordinary objects into unstable explosive devices with a mere touch. Their villainy began after they were betrayed by their research team, leading to the catastrophic meltdown that granted them their devastating abilities. Now Nukefun seeks revenge against those who wronged them, leaving a trail of radioactive chaos in their wake. It's not easy being evil. Dr. Nee is a supervillain with the astonishing ability to control and communicate with ducks. Born Danny Quackenberg, a brilliant but eccentric ornithologist, they accidentally consumed a genetically modified pondweed.
Wait, Danny Quackenberg? That's a good name.
This bizarre incident endowed them with superpowers, allowing them to amass and command flocks.
Dr. Danny Quackenberg.
Dr. Danny uses their feathered minions to disrupt urban environments, causing havoc through coordinated aerial and aquatic assaults, always leaving a trail of feathers and quacks in their wake.
So that's the thing, right, Crutchcorn? Like, we used to use a different voice from Play HT.
Raven Thedgem is a cunning supervillain.
Hold on, we'll let Raven go real quick.
Manipulate minerals and crystals. After discovering a mystical gemstone that granted them this ability, they used it to crystallize entire cities. Cloaked in dark garments resembling the lustrous gleam of various minerals, Ravensegem thrives in darkness where their powers are strongest. They emit an aura of mysterious, eerie lights from the gems they control, and their ultimate goal is to construct a fortress from the world's most powerful gemstones, rendering them invincible.
Nicely done. So this one is from Deepgram, and their voices are really hit or miss. Oh,
Crutchcorn
one
is
more.
a formidable supervillain
there we
whose
go.
power stems from their ability to manipulate and control plant life, specializing in cornfields. Once an esteemed botanist, they experienced a tragic accident during a genetically modified corn experiment, which fused their DNA with that of corn plants. Now,
DNA.
Crutchcorn uses their power to summon corn stalks from the ground for attack and defense, creating corn-made minions to do their bidding. They aim to overthrow humanity's reliance on technology, replacing it with an agrarian society under their control.
So here's the big thing, X Factor. We were using Ruby, which is a fantastic voice from PlayHT, but PlayHT charges a monthly fee rather than just usage-based billing. So yeah, like the bare minimum PlayHT wants to charge is like either 20 or 40 bucks a month or something like that. Which is insane. When instead they could just bill me based upon what I use, and I'd pay for it. So yeah, PlayHT is fucking blowing it. Deepgram is a proper usage-based voice provider. Yeah, they need Walter, man. Duh. So yeah, Crutchcorn. Basically, this is that the voice you just heard is Deepgram. The voice is okay. It's actually like better when you realize that it's trying to sound actually human rather than like an actual voice actor. Ruby sounded like a legitimate voice actor, right? Like she was good at it. Whereas like the Deepgram ones sound like someone who's not comfortable on a microphone, which might actually be more realistic, but I don't like it. You know? So yeah, basically, if you go look at, I think it's like, I forget what the repo is. You could totally pull it down and make, like, run it yourself. I don't have it set up in a way that I could bill other people for it. But on my GitHub, we've got Twitch voice rewards new. And yeah, so this is the repo in which we have done all of that. You will have to plug in your own env vars for like API keys for the various providers, but there's a drop down for selecting if you want to use OpenAI or Anthropic or Perplexity for the generating of what type of hero they might be. And then from there, voice providers, you can choose from Deepgram or 11 Labs or PlayHT for the voice part. And we're just like gluing these things together from TMI.js. Will I eventually create a service for this? Yeah. But that'll be after I've got Vexilla to a good place and also Walter for usage-based billing. So I can actually charge my customers based upon it. It is, yeah, it's a fun way to welcome people. We were using a service called Vapi, VAPI.ai or whatever. And it was good, but it failed us in a bunch of ways, and it wasn't the use case that Vapi was meant for anyway. Meanwhile, we haven't seen a single time that our current thing just didn't respond, which is interesting. So yeah, I think Vapi was dealing with like some scalability concerns or something. I don't know what they were doing wrong. Fuck it, whatever. Oh, my personal site is Vexilla right now. I could refactor that at some point, but it looks like we are deployed. So let's go double check. Did chrisgripping.com build out. It did, but I fucked up. Hold on. Yeah, this isn't the right time. Yeah. 0628, and I messed up the name and everything, so... I know, right? Yeah. I have not heard of mobile.dev. Detox worked for what I was doing. I was doing it with React Native, though. Maestro is the company, or is the product. Mobile.dev is the company. I have not used Maestro. Detox worked for what I was doing. But I do want to point out that it was easier than getting Appium up and running. Really? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Appium was rough. Okay, so I ran into issues. My fix was to build the application using EAS and then use that built app instead of Expo. It wasn't ideal, but it worked without hacky timeouts. The issue was that you needed to like queue it to build for EAS. So that might have been the problem. Yeah. I mean, you should have checked out my blog post. It's from 2022. Like early 2022. See, that's what you get for not subscribing to my blog. It was RN natively instead of Expo. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I don't recommend native RN anymore, but if it was a legacy application, I totally understand why. Nowadays, Expo allows you to do like native plugins, etc. just fine. To where like you don't need to eject anymore. But if your app was old enough that you had to eject, I totally get it. Yeah, no, that probably sucks. I remember the days where like, oh yeah, you want to use a library that Expo doesn't have or support, or it's like older and Expo hasn't updated. Deal with it. Deal with it. So that's the thing, like you can get Expo and Expo Go support. If you want to build your own Expo Go, it's actually not that big of a deal. And that's something that Expo has made easier and easier. So you can build your own version of Expo Go with whatever native modules you want. Yeah, totally. Like they shipped that like a year or two ago. I know they have docs for it. I'm probably just missing where it was. But yeah, you can totally just build your own version of Expo Go with whatever native modules you want. And then if you're at a big enough company, like, yeah, you're going to end up doing a bunch of hacks around, like, releasing internally anyway. To where, like, it's not a problem. I know it's in here somewhere. I don't remember where. I know Jamin would know. And I know I've looked into it, but yeah, like in my opinion, the moment I have to do that, it definitely does lose some of its luster, right? So I agree with that. Like, I totally understand. But distributing your own, like, custom Expo Go is about the same effort as distributing your own, like, internal application anyway. I know they got it in here somewhere. I haven't messed with it for a while. Yeah, that is definitely how that works. Oh, later, Graham. Mr. Sir. So maybe they call it Expo Pre-Build now? I don't know. I definitely know it's in there. Like, that's like an approach they encourage. Possible? Nah, I just think they messed up the doc. Yeah, I don't remember where it was. They do prefer modules. Yeah. That's one thing I really don't like, the way they funnel you towards EAS. It's doable, but their docs don't make it as easy as it should be because they want to make money. Yeah, it was definitely doable, and I thought that was like the modern way of doing it, but again. All right, hold on, wait. Create a development build. I don't know. I don't remember where it was. Yeah, they actively make their docs worse for people not trying to use their service. It's a huge problem. Oh, wait. Might have to push. Yeah, I'm pretty sure building your own, like, custom Expo Go is totally doable internally. Like, you know, as a thing you just release to people. But yeah, I think modules are the preferred approach now. Yeah, like, I totally remember 5+ years ago. Oh, hey, you got a package you want to use that isn't supported by Expo, or it's like, you know, the version Expo has is older and you need something like QR code scanning? You better eject. You better do it as soon as humanly possible, otherwise the experience is gonna suck. Yeah, I was actually really anti-React Native for a long time because of that. I feel like 2 years ago it was all right. But yes, I didn't need anything where I needed to like eject or like do my own custom Expo Go. So I didn't run into that. I just remember like reading the docs that said it was possible. But yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for chilling, man. Thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate you. I'm gonna pour some more whiskey. I do need to go pee. I at least want to get this blog post published up. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just turned 40. So I'm celebrating my birthday for at least another month, right? Duh. At least. A little surprised this build is taking that long. Did I forget to push up the other time too, and now it's doing a bunch of like image stuff? Oh, it's still queued because I haven't paid them any money. Ooh, yeah, I get it. I get it, Vercilla. Obviously, a lot of people deploying on a Friday, right? Or is Vercilla throwing us in a queue out of spite? Did I get on Guillermo's bad side? So I'm instantly thrown to, like, the queue no matter what I do? I'm in the automatic 10-minute queue, even if there's no one ahead of me? Alright, let me go pee. I'll be right back. And yeah, later, man. Have a good night, Crutchcorn. I will say, if you're around, I'll be over on Gaming Stream. We're going to be doing Jackbox games tonight. You're more than welcome to join. That goes for anyone out there. Duh. But BRB, gotta go pee. Alrighty then. Oh no! What did I do? 5 hundo sad panda. Is this the developer experience people talk about when they refer to Vercel? And before people blame Gatsby. They're not wrong. And yeah, 5 hundo sad panda. That's a technical term, for sure. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all enjoying your day? Let's double check. What's the weather gonna do here the next couple days? It's gonna be nice and chill tomorrow. Nice and chill on Sunday. Not bad Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday's gonna suck. Look at how unreasonable these vibes are. Ugh, just the worst. Could you imagine getting to 80 degrees? Ugh. How do people live? Yes, I know. I live in like the most reasonably temperatured part of the US. Still doesn't stop me from complaining. Still building. Oh, that's right. All these images need to be rebuilt because the cache is not persisted. Especially when it's been like 290 days since I posted. See, so I guess I just need to like post way more often, right? That's on me. So here's the fun part. It would actually take me longer to compile it locally than it does to actually compile the website on Vercel. So we'll just let it go. We'll let it chill. Let's go look at what we're doing for Vexilla. And hold up. So yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing? I at least want to see this thing get deployed, but it's taking longer than I would hope. Refactoring your Twitch bot. Ooh, fun. Oh god. Alright, so hold on. If we go back to chrisgriffing.com. Nope, that isn't it. Here we go. So we see that, you know, I might have the wrong title. Oh. Nope, I messed up. Oh, it's definitely just not gonna work. Because we overlap the slugs. So we can't even debug it even though we see it. I do like how the image looks great though, doesn't it? Alright, so this one failed out after 50 seconds. Which is not ideal. Honestly, it's 6:45. We should probably just raid someone. I can't believe Theo is going this late. Let's go raid Theo. For sure. We can check in on the blog post tomorrow when it finally finishes building. And I actually rarely get a chance to raid Theo because he streams on Wednesdays when I don't stream anymore because I do work on Wednesdays. So yeah, let's go raid Theo. Let's go say hi. He's probably about to wrap up real soon anyway. Maybe, I'm guessing he's doing stuff for 4th of July, so he might not stream next Wednesday, which is why he's getting a stream in today. But I don't know for sure, I'm just guessing. People over on YouTube and Algora, I'm gonna get going. Thank y'all for hanging out. I'll be back here tomorrow, so I'll see you then. I'm gonna say goodbye to YouTube and Algora.